Time is now 5:01. Going to call the Thursday, February 15th, 2024 school committee meeting to order. At this time, I would ask if everyone would stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Next portion of our agenda includes recognitions, employee spotlight. Ms. Ruggieri.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the school committee. As we have started to do every month, this is probably one of the favorite things that we in central administration do is look through the nominations that come through on our employees. And to reiterate what I said last month, to us, peer recognition is paramount, and that people take time to acknowledge their peers is fantastic. So please join us in honoring the following winners for the January Spotlight. For the clerical category, Kim Price de Guzman in the elementary office. If anyone is here, please stand.
I think she's still in the office.
Okay, she is still in the office. Special educator Jacob Midori at Tollgate High School. The tech integrationist Deidre Rossi at Veterans Middle School. Lisa Dempsey, principal of the Early Learning Center. Teacher assistant Amy Harnedy at Sherman Elementary. Teacher Jason Almeida of Veterans Middle School. Custodial Susan Bubar of Norwood Elementary School. And middle manager Kristen Murray, our SEL coordinator. So again, many congratulations to all, and we look forward to seeing who we have next month. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jerry. I do want to point out that we've had a tremendous month in Warwick Public Schools of late. So we're going to have a fairly large recognition portion next meeting. Our robotics teams performed very well. Our cheerleading squad performed very well. And I also want to point out this evening at Rhode Island College, or this afternoon rather, at 3:30, Norwood Elementary School and Dr. Antonelli were recognized for their tremendous attendance over the past several months and for the year. So they were recognized at Rhode Island College by the governor, and unfortunately that event was supposed to occur yesterday, but the governor's schedule got a little messed up, and so they needed to change things around. But very proud of Norwood Elementary School and everything they accomplished. Absenteeism matters, and we want our children in schools. And I just want to thank everyone that helped prepare that school the other day for the event that unfortunately didn't happen. So thank you very much, and congratulations to Norwood Elementary. At this time, I'd be looking for a motion to vote to go into closed session for discussion and/or action regarding items of business exempt from open meetings under general laws of Rhode Island, RIGL 42-46-5, A1, A2, A4, and A8, and A9.
So moved.
Motion made by Ms. Backus, seconded by Mr. Tessa. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. We're in closed session. Good evening. The time is now 7:05. February 15th. School committee returning to open session, looking for a vote to seal the minutes of executive session.
Moved.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. There were no votes taken in executive session. At this time, we'll move on to public comment on agenda items. Individual comments will be respectfully limited to 3 minutes per person, with public comment not to exceed 45 minutes. Though the content of comments will not be restricted, it is the hope of this committee that citizens, committee members, and administration alike will be respectful of each other's right to speak, tolerant of different points of view, and mindful of everyone's time. This public comment period is for agenda items only. A second public comment period is available later in the meeting for all topics or concerns. Members of the public are permitted to speak during both public comment periods. Speakers are asked to state their name for the record.
Hello, my name is Darlene Netco, homeowner, taxpayer, lifelong resident of Warwick, voter, graduate of Tollgate High School, went to Windman and Greenwood, so I have a lot invested in these schools. Been teaching English for 36 years, and I'm president of the Warwick Teachers Union. I'd like to talk about the RIDE accountability ratings, and I've mentioned this publicly before, and I'm pleased to see this PowerPoint. I think that Dr. Schultz is going to be sharing later because it very clearly lays out the problem with this rating system. And the basic problem is, as we see in the school example here, Tollgate High School, Tollgate has a 5 for graduation rate. It has a 3 in 3 other categories, but because it has 1, 2 out of 5 rankings, the whole school is scored a 2. And this is absolutely asinine, because in what other system would somebody be scored by their lowest score? What if we teachers, in giving our kids work and assessing their work, and for some reason a child does poorly on an assignment, if we decided that we would just score that child based on that one poor score? We'd be pretty poor teachers, and it would be pretty unfair for those kids. And it is unfair for the state of Rhode Island to publish these ratings and these rankings and everything else that they do based on this flawed system. So once again, RIDE is doing something that is not in the best interests of education in this state. Something else it doesn't do, obviously, is create a lot of unfunded mandates, but that's not on the agenda, so I won't mention that. Also on the agenda is the calendar. There are 2 options, and I've received feedback from a number of teachers. This year, we moved a PD day from a day all by itself to primary day, and got to get out of school a day early. A number of people have suggested maybe moving that September or that October PD day into the primary day. And Ms. Danbrook did tell me that based on how RIDE is counting the days this year, that actually wouldn't work. One suggestion I do have is to perhaps move the February PD day into March, because right now there are no days off in March, and that will make March a very long month for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Michelle Landry, Tollgate High School. Is this meeting Zoomed? Okay, I was surprised at that last month. What do you do?
YouTube.
YouTube, okay. Donations is one of the agenda items. What's not on there is a donation that Tollgate High School received anonymously based on my public comment from, I think, 2 months ago when I was talking about the National Biomechanics Day at URI. Someone watching from home who would like to remain anonymous offered to pay for the buses. So I've got 150 kids going to URI's National Biomechanics Day on April 3rd. I'm very excited about it, and I want to thank that person who's probably at home watching right now. I want to thank that about that. And another really good thing that happened in Warwick last week, the city of Warwick took advantage of an offering from RIDE for professional development in science from School Kit. And Dory LaBella at Pilgrim High School and myself from Tollgate participated in this School Kit PD. And last week, we opened our classrooms to other people in the cohort from other districts. And I think Lisa Schultz would agree with me that it went very well. Warwick showcased its best, and we came off looking really good in science anyway. So I thought that should be brought up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Pauline Pinto, Warwick veteran science teacher. I wanted to start by first thanking you, Chair, for adding the HVAC update to the monthly agenda here. I've come to the microphone before, as you know, and you've all heard from me via email regarding the ongoing issues with our HVAC system, and I understand that there are some files tonight that speak to them, and you'll be speaking to that as well, hopefully. In my last email correspondence, I was a bit frustrated because I had not heard from anyone in over 2 weeks after sending a pretty thoughtful email with bulleted questions. Following up to that, I did have a conversation with Mr. Oliver, and it occurred to me that just in that conversation that there are still misunderstandings about what is actually happening with the system. Repairs that are believed to have been made have not been made. So on Monday, I very quickly made a form to send out to the staff, the faculty here at school, so that they could speak to it, because just hearing from me, it's like a broken record, I think, over and over, but about 50 people responded to it, and it was quick. I just asked 5 questions. What is your room number? What is the HVAC number? Can you adjust the thermostat in your room? Because there was a belief that everyone in the building could, and 75% of the respondents cannot. And I asked, are you still having HVAC issues? Over 56% of the respondents are still having issues, and then they explain those issues. I shared that spreadsheet with all of you about 5 minutes ago, so not going to read through every one of them, but if you walk into the cafeteria right now, the AC is blaring. It's freezing in there. And I understand that that's not part of the HVAC system, but it would seem to me that it's a waste of taxpayer money to have AC blaring in February, and it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable for the employees in there. It's got to be uncomfortable for the kids, and it's uncomfortable if you just walk in there right now and it's on. So I'm hopeful that we can truly address the issue. And I have to say the biggest takeaway is there needs to be oversight. I feel like people are told, like, hey, the warranty is taken care of, or hey, you can adjust the thermostats in your room. And that's not true. So there needs to be somebody like coming in and checking on that work. I don't know. And I appreciate any update you can give, because I think that transparency is key, and it makes people have faith that the issue is being addressed. So that's all I have for you. But thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And just for clarification, do we go with Pinto or Campbell now?
Pinto for the rest of the year, because the kids are so confused. Next year it'll be Campbell. Thanks,
you.
everyone.
Are there any other individuals for public comment on agenda items only? Any other individuals for public comment on agenda items only? Seeing none, we will move on to recommended actions, routine matters. Looking for a motion to approve minutes of public session, January 9th, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approval of transfers, February 13th, 2024.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Approval of warrants, February 13th, 2024.
Move approval.
All in favor? Oh, sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Announcements of personnel as presented. Ms. Ruggieri?
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the school committee. Tonight I have 3 retirements to put before you for a vote. We bid farewell to Lori Fogarty, elementary teacher at Park. She's given us 24 years of service. Lauren Lambert, elementary teacher at Holloman with 35 years of service. And Margaret Scheidler, elementary teacher at Oakland Beach, and she has 34 years with Warwick, 5 in-state, to total 39 years of service. So we're losing a total of 98 years of experience with just those 3 people. We wish them well, and I need a vote.
Looking for a motion to approve the
So
retirements.
moved.
Move approved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. I have one. Thank you. I have one resignation for a vote. Tanisha Behe, behavior specialist at Sherman and Scott.
Looking for a motion to approve.
Move approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
And finally, one unrestricted leave of absence for a vote. Maria Font, world language teacher at Veterans for the 24-25 school year.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And finally, our courtesy announcements for the people we're welcoming to the district. We have the school nurse teacher at Park Elementary, Carrie Lynn Colombo. Science teacher at Veterans Middle School, Jill Roberts. Tracy Moloch, special ed teacher at Holloman Elementary School. Grace Painter, tech ed teacher at Windman Middle School. Brianna Ferreira, BIT teacher assistant for the district. Nicholas Gallagher, teacher assistant one-on-one at Veterans. Janessa Clementi, teacher assistant one-on-one at Norwood. Lori Drown, data clerk 50%, central registration. Donna O'Rourke, 50% clerical and HR with IT. Courtney Ursini, clerk typist at Pilgrim. Carissa Drury, elementary secretary at Welk. And Patricia Giofrida, attendance clerk at Windman Middle School. We welcome everyone. We hope you have a good experience here with Warwick, and we're here for anything that you may need. We also have the coaches as presented in the packet. And now I turn it over to Superintendent Dambrook for administrator appointments.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the school committee and the community. I'd like to reappoint the following administrators in middle management. For directors, I appoint Dr. Lisa Schultz for a 3-year contract. Also, Director Cousineau for a 3-year contract. She's Director of Elementary Education. For elementary principals, Mr. Brian Dillon from Robertson School, 3-year contract. Mr. Frank Galligan from Warwick Next School, a 3-year contract. Mr. Andrew Longo, principal at Greenwood School for a 3-year contract. Gary McCombs, principal at Hoxie for a 3-year contract. Dr. Fred Schweitzer, Cedar Hill, 3-year contract. And Mr. Daniel Smith from Scott School for a 3-year contract. The following secondary principals will be reappointed. Candace Calori from Tollgate High School for a 3-year contract. Toby Gibbons from Pilgrim School for a 3-year contract. And Timothy Kane from the Career and Tech Center for a 3-year contract. The secondary assistant principals that are up for reappointment: Michelle Devine, Veterans Teaching and Learning Assistant Principal for a 3-year contract. Bruce Fairbanks from Pilgrim, Assistant Principal, 3-year contract. John Livesey, T&L Assistant Principal at Tollgate for a 3-year contract. Brad Martin, Assistant Principal from Tollgate for the 3-year contract. And Christy Patton from Veterans Middle School for a 3-year contract. The following coordinator, Amy Pinero, is being recommended or reappointed for a 3-year contract. She's the coordinator of ELA Curriculum and Technology. For middle managers, Jen Silvestri, Executive Assistant to the Director of Human Resources, will be appointed for another 3-year contract. Sarah Smith, Executive Assistant to the Assistant Superintendent, another 3-year contract. And Lisa Sawa, Assistant Coordinator of Student Information and Instructional Systems, will be reappointed for a 3-year contract. Thank you.
Superintendent, I have a conflict of interest recusal form on file with the Ethics Commission today, given that one of the individuals you are appointing is a former roommate of mine. So I will be recusing myself from this vote. So for the rest of the committee, looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
No, we don't need a motion.
need it?
No, just appointments by the superintendent.
Yeah.
We're not going to take a vote on that.
I thought he was asking for the motion itself.
Next, we have donations and correspondences, both with Warwick Neck. Looking for the individual that would like to accept those, please come forward.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the school committee. My name is Frank Galligan, and I am the principal of Warwick Neck Elementary School. Our school extends its gratitude to the Warwick Neck Garden Club for their very generous check donation totaling $600 for recreational materials and supplies. Our school is fortunate to have many grassy fields and areas for the children to play on during recess. We're even more fortunate to have such caring and kind neighbors. Their donation will be allocated to recess equipment that promotes active play outdoors during nice weather, in addition to indoor recess enjoyment for inclement weather days. Additionally, we extend appreciation to Alliance Energy for their $500 donation to our school. The check has been allocated to additional technology equipment that will undoubtedly enhance the experience for our kids at Warwick Neck. Finally, if I may, as part of our expression of thanks, I'd also like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Shannon View Inn, Bristol Construction, the Tri-City Elks, Mr. Alan Sean Feinstein, Mr. Terry DiPetrillo, Representative Joseph Solomon Jr., and the Honorable Joseph Shikarchi, Speaker of the House, for additional grants and donations that have been received since the school committee meeting in early December. All of these have been accepted through and disseminated with help from our Parent-Teacher Association, of whom our treasurer is right behind me. All of the aforementioned groups combined have helped 31 school families at Warwick Neck School during the holidays with either food baskets, heating oil assistance, or gift card donations totaling $14,000. As previously mentioned, with over 40% of our school children now approved to receive free or reduced lunches, our faculty, staff, PTA, and local organizations have been stepping up more and more to help support members of our community. It's been said that good neighbors are hard to find, but we clearly have some of the very best. So thank you to each of these organizations for your generous support of our community families.
Thank you, Mr. Galligan, and thank you to all the generous donors, including the individual who wishes to remain anonymous that sponsored the bus for the tollgate students in Ms. Landry's program. So thank you to everybody for your continued support for Warwick Public Schools. At this time, we'll move on to adoption of policies. Dr. Cecil, second read. However,
Yes.
before you begin, Dr. Cecil, I just want to ask my colleagues, does anyone have an issue if we vote on these as one, given that they've gone through the policy subcommittee and first read? Are there any in particular on second read that anyone would like to take out? Seeing none, looking for a motion to adopt policies AFG, DFC, GBA, GBB, GBN, IKD, JC, JECE, and JHCE for second read.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Next, we have policies up for first read. Dr. Cecil.
Okay, first policy, IKB, homework. This is a policy that was a regulation that we are now making an actual policy. So the language that was in the regulation is now being made into the policy. It basically talks about how much homework should be given each night based on the grade level of the student, that it should be meaningful, that should be reading every night, purpose of homework, how quickly a child has if they're sick to turn in, missed assignments, and for teachers to return homework.
Thank you. Looking for a motion to approve? Mr. Tessa.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Cecil. I read this first read, and I wrote a whole bunch of notes over it. But the topic of homework, I look at this and I say, okay, grades 6 through 8, an average of 60 or 80 minutes, grades 9 through 12, an average of 90 to 120. So I had 3 kids go through schools, and they had homework to varying degrees. But an average of 90 to 120 minutes a night, I'm assuming that's what the policy is saying?
It says an average, and so we talked about this in committee, which means that at certain times, say at the end of a unit of study, children are going to get more homework. They may be working on a project that's due. They have to do more research. They have to complete writing. And at other times, they may not have anything. So it becomes just an average. It's not that they must have that much homework every night. It's going to vary. But
Okay.
we wanted to set some limits so that you're not overburdening a student.
Right, and so that implies there has to be some coordination among subjects, right? Among subject teachers. Because if I'm at the end of my section, I could be giving my student 35 minutes, not knowing someone else is giving them another 40 minutes or whatever. So, how do we ensure that the kid doesn't get overburdened with homework? And I say that because I think there's 2 minds on homework, what homework, the purpose it serves. So, I remember when my kids were in school, if you didn't turn in homework, they'd be penalized, right? So, and that always troubled me, because if the student is, just for the sake of discussion, acing everything, acing every quiz, every test you provide, if the kid's lazy and doesn't do their homework, it's a behavioral issue, right? I don't foresee that. I don't see that they should be penalized. I don't know if the policy says anything to that, but I worry, 2 reasons. I worry about the time, and I'll defer to the educational experts here. But I do worry, I am concerned that, are we going to penalize kids who don't turn in homework?
That goes to grading, and that will be part of the grading policy when that is revised.
Okay. All right, then that's fine. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Policy JED.
Yes, student absences and excuses. This, we just needed to update to say that parents or guardians would be notified not just by telephone, but that there would be other electronic medium, because we don't just use telephone anymore. So it's just a simple edit.
Looking for a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Policy DIC.
Yes, financial reports and statements. This is new language. That's the original policy just said that a statement of financial condition of the school department shall be published annually and immediately following the audit. So we just embellished the language to say that the school committee will prepare a financial report and be submitted within so many days, and that there will be an annual audit and the dates for those. So it just complies with the law and what we do.
Looking for a motion to approve?
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Policy DLC, expense reimbursements.
Yes, again, this policy has not been touched since 1997, so we added new language that speaks to the process for requesting reimbursements, what is considered an expense that will be reimbursed, and that's basically it.
Looking for a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Or any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Policy ECA, buildings and grounds safety and security.
Yes. Excuse me. This was just a small change, and that was just to the sentence, the use of audio and/or video surveillance on school grounds shall be in accordance with applicable state and federal laws and shall not be employed in areas where there's a reasonable expectation of privacy.
Looking for a motion to approve.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Policy ECAB, vandalism.
Yes, this policy adds some language, first, that sets the expectation by the school committee that you expect property to be taken care of and not vandalized. In the event that there is vandalism or theft, that it will be reported and that there could be consequences, including suspension or up to restitution.
Looking for a motion to approve.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Next policy, ECF, energy management conservation.
Yes, this has just been updated with some language that talks about in the buildings, making sure that lights are turned out when the buildings are closed, being cognizant of that, turning out lights when rooms are not being used, and basically that.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes,
Mr. Tess.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Cecil, were buildings and ground staff part of this too, when it was developed?
No, they did not.
Because I have a couple of questions. About halfway down, it says, the principal will be accountable for energy management on his or her building, with annual energy audits being conducted and conservation programs being updated. By who? Who's conducting the energy audits? So, and I'm not sure if we need to get into that much of a detail, but that's the first question I asked when I read it. And then the last sentence of the first paragraph says, the head custodian at each school will be responsible for a, quote, complete and total shutdown of the facility when closed each evening. So to me, complete and total shutdown means shut everything off. So, and I always say, I mean, obviously custodial staff would know better, but someone who's a literalist, and I've raised 3 kids, so I know what literalists are, they could view that as complete and total, I'm shutting everything off. You know what I mean? So I'm just looking for, maybe we can clean that language up just a little bit with buildings and grounds.
Absolutely.
And yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Absolutely, we'll do that.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Policy EDA, receiving and warehousing.
Yes, this was just a simple fix, updating the language so that the superintendent is not the only person responsible for signing off on all purchases. That's the appropriate school or office official, and changing the title of Director of Business Affairs to Director of Finance.
Move approval.
Second.
Those in favor? Any comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Policy JEA, compulsory attendance ages.
Yes, this was a policy originally put in as a review that didn't need changes, but when our attorneys reviewed it, they asked us to take out this language that actually makes it a little bit confusing about having completed 16 but not 18, and just to take that language out so that it's very clear that you have to attend school from kindergarten or by age first grade or have attended kindergarten, and you can request a waiver that can be granted by the superintendent upon proof that you have an approved alternative learning plan for obtaining a high school diploma or equivalent.
Move
Looking for a
approval.
motion to approve. Ms. Backus, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Testa. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Policy JEDB, student early dismissal.
Yes, we updated this policy to really speak to students being dismissed to non-custodial parents, to be sure that the student is not leaving with somebody who doesn't have the authority to take that student and to protect the safety of the student. And so there's language in here about making sure that either there's a court order or the parent has notified the office. The person who is coming to pick the child up has to show identification, and then as further evidence that they sign a paper stating that they have been given permission to take this child, sign and date it, so we have a written record that this person took the child and had been given permission by the parent.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Policy JFB, student involvement in decision-making.
Yes, we had 3 policies about involving people in decision-making. We had staff involvement, which we already approved. Tonight, we have student involvement and community involvement in decision-making. So for the student involvement in decision-making, we've added language about students sharing the responsibility for developing the climate in the school that's conducive to learning, and to be encouraging children to take part in the improvement of the educational program and the operation of a more effective school system where it's appropriate. I know I saw something where we're looking to invite students back to attend these meetings, and it actually is written in here too, that we welcome students to the school committee meetings so that they can be a part of the process.
Thank you. Looking for a motion to
Move
approve.
approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
Just that we had quite a number of students that used to come to these meetings and really contributed a lot, and I look forward to seeing that happening again.
Thank you, Ms. Backus. Anything else? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. And policy KC, community involvement in decision-making.
Yes, and this again speaks to the same type of thing, that we want community members to express their ideas and concerns, and this just asks that they do it in a respectful manner, go through the proper channels, attend meetings. The superintendent can also seek community involvement on any district committees, such as school district strategic planning, et cetera, as well as school committee can seek community membership on any of their committees as well.
Move approval.
Any discussion? Seeing none, I would just add, it's great to see some of the stuff that the administration is doing and my colleagues as well with their subcommittees. We've added a couple members of the community onto the finance committee. I know that we've seen policy have some individuals in the past as well. And then tonight also on the agenda is the development of a temporary advisory committee on physical education. There's one spot slated for a member of the community on that. So it's great to see that things are starting to sync up and we're doing what we're putting in writing.
We have a parent on our policy committee. We've had a parent
Perfect.
for years,
Great. Thank you.
so always been.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
All right. There's a whole long list.
Is anyone, before you read it off, is anyone opposed to taking it as one packet? Are there anyone in particular that you want to retain? Seeing none, thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Cecil.
You want me to read all of them?
No, I would just make a motion that we would
Except,
accept the policies proposed for for elimination as proposed.
Is there a second? Any discussion? Seeing none, motion passes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Jump the gun. And reviewed policies. Dr.
yes,
Cecil.
last but not least, we have 6 policies that were reviewed that do not need any further updating. They were all either revised recently, or they just, like naming school facilities, just is still the same, just does not need any revisions.
Anyone
So-
opposed to taking it as one packet?
Nope. Move approval on reviewed policies as proposed.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Backus. Any comment?
Yep, Dr. Cecil, I want to
Testa.
just, I want to thank you, and I want to thank, since the implementation of the policy committee, when Ms. Backus did it, I don't know how many years ago, I think there's been more movement on policy in the last 2 years than in the previous 6 that I've been on this committee, and I want to thank you for that, and everyone else who serves on the policy committee, because I know other people do. It's constructive work. It can be sometimes tedious work, and I think I've said before, sometimes policy can be tedious. But I just want to thank you and everyone else who's done it, Ms. Backus. I think Ms. Necco's on that often. I think Ms. McDermott was, I just want to thank everybody because it's important, and we've had policies that have been 40 years old that have never been touched, so thank you.
Yeah, and we've had pretty much the same group of people working together for the last several years. So we're almost like a well-oiled machine, so we're just moving through at a good pace.
It's great to hear. Anyone else for comment? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
We're now on to new business. We have 2 presentations, the first being riot accountability ratings by Dr. Schultz, and the second being Ms. Cardillo with the Warwick Special Education Advisory Committee.
Good evening, everyone. I didn't realize it looked so groovy till it was up here. Hoping to set the tone for a wonderful presentation about the riot accountability ratings. So what are accountability ratings? I love how Ms. Netco was able to sum it up, and she did a really good job, honestly, so thank you. But basically, RIDE does assign a 1 to 5-star rating to every school in the state of Rhode Island. The vast majority of elementary schools, just like ours, are 3-star, and most secondary schools are 2-star. Schools are only rated as high as their lowest star, unfortunately, and we're going to see an example of that in just a few minutes. And the data combines 2 years to come up with the rating. So I want to just highlight that statement for 1 second, because we did see some major growth in RICAS for many of our schools this past year. We were expecting to see a lot of schools jump up in the ratings, and so they did, but not quite enough in some cases to bump up the overall star rating. But within the different tiers, we did see movement. And so next year, with all of the forward momentum that we have now, we will see our schools rise. Why do we have these ratings? Well, RIDE wants to track our school's progress, our achievement gaps, wants to learn more about the schools making gains. And so one example is Norwood Elementary School, which has been highlighted for making the most math growth in the state of Rhode Island, and because of that, they want to see what is going on. They've done an in-depth analysis as to what exactly we've tried at some of our schools to make that happen so they can replicate it in struggling schools and help them out. The ratings focus on many different things. For example, student performance on state testing is probably the #1 thing, and that's why it's just so important that our students show up and do the best that they can to show us all the learning that they have accomplished during the school year. Growth rates are also extremely important. Scores for different subgroups of students, and I'll show you that in just a minute. It also takes into account graduation rates, suspension rates, and absenteeism, not just for students, but also for staff members. Where can you find this information? Well, if you are so inclined, you can Google RIDE accountability ratings, and it is publicly available for every single school and every single district in the state. All right, so here's our overall district results. Anything that's in the blue means that it's a mid-level performance. If it's a dark blue, it is a strong performance. And so our schools do well for achievement, growth, graduation rate, and school quality and student success. The places that we need to grow are our English language proficiency scores, which a lot of our schools do have very high ratings in this area. And so I do believe that we will see this increase. We do have an excellent coordinator in place now who is doing a great job making sure that our students get what they need, and that definitely will help us as we move forward. And Diploma Plus measures. This area, we will see this increase as well. There was a discrepancy in data from 2 years ago that will be taken care of as we move forward, moving into next year. Diploma Plus measures include things such as benchmarking exams, AP, SAT, PSAT scores, Commissioner's Seal, which the students can earn if they get really high ratings on some of those tests. It also takes into account college and career success afterwards, industry accreditation, things like that. All right, here is an ELA example. You can see what it looks like. In this example, overall, we got a 2 out of 4, and you can see the different bands on the right-hand side, performance by student groups overall. The different lines going down vertically show you where we'd have to be in order to get a 4, a 3, and a 2, and you can see that most of ours are right at the 2 level or above. You can see that areas where we struggle are certain subgroups, including students with disabilities. School results. Like I said before, elementary schools are mostly 3s, many of them now being on the cusp of being a 4. Scott School is a 4-star school, almost a 5 now, which is fantastic. That is very rare. Lip and Oakland Beach are at a 2 right now. Overall, our ratings went up. Norwood bumped up to a 3 because of their amazing progress that they made. OB bumped up from a 1-star to a 2-star, and all the other schools stayed the same. Secondary schools, again, are all 2s. Different categories went up pretty wildly in some cases, especially for Windman, but the star ratings overall stayed the same for each school, again, because it is an average of 2 years. Here's an example, and this is one that Ms. Netco did highlight. This is Tollgate. You can see that Tollgate is extremely strong in graduation rate. They do well in achievement and growth, Diploma Plus, school quality, and student success, but unfortunately, because they are ranked a little bit lower for English language proficiency right now, they are only a 2-star school overall. It is not the average. So moving forward, we're being very specific about our focus areas. We are tracking our student data, our progress. We are incentivizing initiatives that are happening at the schools, analyzing what works. We are continuing to push the use of student discourse and data chats. It's vitally important that our students are digging in and speaking to one another, especially in this era post-COVID, and personalizing instruction whenever possible. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Cardillo. I am the chair for the Warwick Special Education Advisory Committee, and I wanted to thank the school committee for inviting me here tonight, just to give the community an overview of what this Warwick Special Education Advisory Committee does, and announce an upcoming event that I'm hoping all of you will attend. Just to give you a little bit more information about the Special Education Advisory Committee, we facilitate collaboration and communication between students, parents, staff, the Warwick School Committee, and the community to promote inclusion, respect for and supports of students with disabilities. And the purpose is really to provide direct input to our school district leaders. We talk about policies, programs, practices, services, and do discuss a lot of information about educational outcomes, identify unmet needs, and also give parents and families the opportunities to provide input into these areas. The benefits to our community is everything from outreach and engagement, which is the area where we receive the most feedback from our parents and also our teachers who attend our meetings, where they have an opportunity to discuss challenges or policies or data, just to understand how the school district works, where they can offer some solutions for problems that we are facing, share information, and improve services and programs along the way. I will say, for those who have attended meetings who are in the audience as well as listening in tonight, the meetings do tend to be very detailed and lively too, so everyone who attends normally really enjoys them and also gets a lot in return. We are focusing on holding special events for our community. We are planning on doing those once a quarter. We do solicit feedback from those who attend our calls on what issues are important to the Warwick community for special education, where we can provide support, and where it would be interesting to hear more information. We've held a recent session on procedural safeguards, IEPs, and the 504 process in November. We also held supported decision-making and guardianship in March 2023. And we do have an upcoming session that I believe is on the next slide that I'd like to highlight also. So, well, I guess it'll be one more. For meeting dates, one that is coming up, it's on February 28th. It's a community event on transition. It's going to be held at Warwick Vets from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. There's been a lot of work that's been put into this session. David Allenbach, who is one of the co-directors for special services, and Carrie Walker, one of our teachers in the Warwick School District, who is very focused on transition, have been working very hard to pull this together, so that I hope everyone will be able to attend. Our March session will be at the Warwick Public Library on March 27th from 6 p.m. to 7:30. And we also will have sessions on April 24th and May 22nd, one of which will most likely be a community event also. For all of our meetings, there is also a virtual option available so that you can listen in and participate. Okay. For more information on the transition night, we are doing this in conjunction with the Office of Rehabilitation Services, the Behavioral Health, Developmental Disabilities and Hospitals, also known as BUDA, and the West Bay Regional Transition Coordinator. All will be available for members of the public to meet with, to hear more information about the services that they offer students transitioning out of school and how you can get help. Like I said, I'm really hoping that everyone who is interested in this particular topic will be able to attend. We have included information on the Special Education Advisory Committee site within the Warwick School District, as well as right here in case you want to put that phone up and sign up right away. Again, I just wanted to thank you again for letting us be here. We'd love to see you at our monthly meetings. If you can't make it, we are going to be recording those and have recorded them for a while, so you can always check out the special education site to get more information. And don't be afraid to reach out to me or Caitlin Regan, who is one of our teachers, who's an amazing support for the Special Education Advisory Committee, and both of us will be happy to take those topics, you know, in your input and share them during our calls. So.
Any comments for Dr. Schultz or Ms. Cardillo, members of the committee?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Mr. Testa.
Thank you. Dr. Schultz, thank you for the presentation on the accountability ratings. I agree with Ms. Netko. I agree with most critics. You know, the way they rate it would be like if you had 10 multiple choice questions, got 9 right and 1 wrong, you'd fail the test, right? It's ridiculous. And I just found it interesting because I had talked to other school committee members in other districts, and when they would ask RIDE, change this, they said, well, it's a federal regulation, we do so much work. It's interesting that when classical goes down to a 2, that all of a sudden they can spur that movement. So I just thought that was, just help me understand a little bit better what the Diploma Plus measures are.
Testing. Yes, I'm glad that you asked that. I did take copious notes on that because it's a bunch of different measures. So it measures something called the Commissioner's Seal, which students can earn if they do really well, like on their SATs, for example, their AP exams. So anytime that they, do well, they basically get a check plus for it, kind of thing, towards the Commissioner's Seal. It also looks at post-secondary success, which includes if they've earned any college credits while in school, certificates, industry accreditations. For example, if they go to the Career and Tech Center, different pathways could count towards this. So it's a bunch of different things that can help a student.
So when you say college credits, would that include successful AP exams?
Yes, because that's part of it.
Right, so if the student scores a 4 or 5 or whatever on the AP, they get college credit, presumably if the school accepts it. So, okay, so are we looking into all of those? Do we look into our AP scores? Do we dive into those to see, okay, why are we doing well or why aren't we doing, you know what I mean? So, all right, so long as we're constantly looking at that.
Absolutely.
Because if that's a measurement, we have to be aware of it and we have to address it, right? We have to speak to it, so, okay. Thank you. And Ms. Cardillo, wherever, I don't think she left. Special Ed Advisory Committee is a crucial committee. I was with you guys for many, many years, and whatever anyone can do to, if you're a parent of a child with an IEP, especially if you're new into the system, it can be intimidating. It really can. And that's what the Special Ed Advisory Committee is there for. They're wonderful people. They don't bite. I would encourage anyone to attend a meeting, especially if you have a child with an IEP or you have questions.
Absolutely, and we're very, very welcoming. It's been so nice. We have a wonderful working relationship with our directors of special services and the parents and the teachers that attend. It's a very open and welcoming community. I can definitely echo that, and I appreciate having our chair and our vice chair now attending those meetings and to offer additional support. It's been absolutely wonderful. So definitely, we welcome all of you to attend.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I would just echo a lot of what Mr. Testa said, and I want to congratulate the students and all of the teachers and everyone else that are supporting these kids on their progress or their continued progress We're not going to get there tomorrow. It's going to take a little bit, but it's great to see that continued growth. Though I'm somewhat obligated to acknowledge the star rating system, what really excites me is when you walk into these schools and you see the visual performance boards and seeing the improvement in the areas that really matter to us. That, you know, the math and the ELA, seeing that continuously rise month over month. Principal Haywood at Windman posted an update on his the other day, and it's great to see that constant progress within our school district. So as Mr. Testa said, the STAR system, it's what the state measures us to, but it's a little bit unfair. There's some unfair components of it. And then as far as the Warwick Special Education Advisory Committee, they're really looking for more than 50% or 50% or more of their committee to be parents. So as Mr. Testa pointed out, if you have a child with an IEP or any child that is utilizing the special services of Warwick Public Schools, please consider joining. We're looking forward to having the WESAC committee come on a regular basis and provide us routine updates.
Mr. Chair, if I, one more
Yes,
thing, I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Testa.
This is Dr. Schultz again.
Fun out there. right now.
The accountability system also penalizes suburban districts. It penalizes those many suburban districts with the MLL students, because some of them don't have very many of them, right? The very wealthy districts like Barrington, East Greenwich don't have enough of a measurable sample, so they don't even get scored on it, right?
Yes.
So a district like Warwick, who we're identifying more and more MLL students, you know, we get penalized for that, and that's what, I can't understand why people sitting in that building just don't see how the inherent unfairness exists within that system. It's staggering.
Yes, and even within Warwick, just to give an example, we have certain schools that don't have as many subgroups as other schools do. And so even within Warwick, there are differences. And so it's really difficult to compare one school to another just overall with this system. I think the most intriguing thing this year was having the 2 years put together, because like I said before, we really saw so much growth in some schools, like Wyman Elementary, I was going to throw it out there. They had double-digit growth in both ELA and math. We would assume that they would rise to a 4-star just from that alone, the growth. But it still wasn't enough.
Right.
And that's, you know, off the charts growth that you don't see. Yeah. So we are going to see a major improvement next year. Yeah. And I just keep saying that to people, and I think Patty wants to see that.
Yeah, if I may, we did have folks from RIDE come out to our admin team to kind of walk us through this process last year. It was a very interesting process, but our number one question was about, you know, if we got a 2 in this, but we're a 4 in this, why are we not a 3? And the folks told us that it is pretty much based on a hotel, the 5-star system for a hotel. And if they're low in housekeeping, then that is sort of their red flag to say, we need to improve in that. So that was kind of their explanation as to why they post you as the lowest score, to kind of incentivize you to get in check and bring that one up to meet the expectations of all the scores that are higher.
Yeah, and the hotel industry may rate themselves like that, but they don't give themselves a 1-star if they
yeah,
off
if
the charts.
a hotel's a
right.
1-star, I probably wouldn't be going there anyway.
Exactly.
So.
Right. But yet, those star rating systems are often used by people who tout their communities and tout how good our schools are, right? So you can be sitting there where your only a negative star is MLL, and you exceeded everything else, and I'm a 2. So if I'm from out of state moving from the Midwest, well, I'm not going to go there because their schools are a 2-star.
And that's why Dr. Schultz's presentation and this
right.
discussion, this helps to bring clarity for folks who are looking at this kind of thing at home. If you want to buy a house in Warwick and look at that, reach out to the principal, contact us. We'll be happy to sit down and go through it with you, but really to dig down deep to know where the improvements are. And again, like Dr. Schultz said, this 2-year piece is now really sort of messing with our data a little bit. So we actually look better on paper right now than it shows, but I think we hang in there next year and we're going to see some even better things.
Any other comments? Any other comments? Thank you to our presenters. Next we have discussion update, superintendent update, Ms. Danbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the school committee. This is my favorite part of the meeting because it's such an honor to share the successes that are happening each month in our district. We have so much to celebrate, and I'd like to take this moment to thank our teachers, our students, our families, and our administrators, and also our central administrators. It's truly a team effort to accomplish the things that we're accomplishing. So the first thing I'd like to highlight this month is the fact that the Rhode Island Foundation has approved a grant of $40,000 to Warwick Public Schools for improving math instruction in the elementary grades. So specifically, these grant funds are for contracted services with a math consultant and the purchase of math manipulative kits for classrooms. The second thing would attendance matters. You'll be hearing that from me every month. But all of our Warwick schools continues to decrease the percentage of chronically absent students, which is great news. And this afternoon, as the chair has referenced earlier, Norwood Elementary School was recognized by Governor McKee and Commissioner Infante Green for achieving a 24% point decrease in the number of students on track to be chronically absent compared to this time last year. So congratulations to the hard work of the Norwood school community. This is quite an accomplishment I'm very proud of.
Thank you, Ms. Stanbrook. Any comments?
I just
Oh,
have
you
one.
got another one?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
sorry. So February is Career and Technical Month, so I just want to share some wonderful things that are happening this month. I would like to congratulate the career and technical students who will be participating in the State Skills USA competitions in March. They were chosen because of their outstanding skills and demonstration of mastery. I wish you all the best in these upcoming competitions. Also, the first state robotics competition took place on Saturday, February 10th at New England Tech. Warwick schools had 3 teams representing the district. Tollgate finished the preliminary rounds in first place and ended, yeah, shout out, and entered the robotics portion of the competition as the second place alliance team in the championship round. Pilgrim's teams also placed 5th and 18th in the preliminaries. The 5th place team was selected in an alliance for the championship round and finished with the semifinal loss. So great job by the students, mentors, and coaches. And also the cybersecurity Cisco Networking Academy team recently competed in Cyber Patriot competitions against 17 Rhode Island teams. And the Warwick Area Career and Technical Center had teams that placed in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Again, another great accomplishment. And lastly, I'd like to congratulate the culinary program for receiving 1st place in food service management. So congratulations to all the wonderful students, teachers, and programs that make the Warwick Area Career and Technical Center such a success and a place to learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Any comments? Seeing none. Next item, discussion update, FY24 monthly financial report and year-end review. Mr. Bowl.
Good evening. I've provided everyone with the February monthly fiscal report. As always, if anyone has any questions, please forward them to myself or the relevant person within my office. I did also just want to say a special thank you to Austin Irons at the Career and Tech Center, who took the initiative to start implementing the Square payment system at the Tides restaurant so that we can begin to use credit card payments instead of just cash, and Tim Kane for his support of the project.
Thank you, Mr. Bowl. Any comments? Any comments? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Discussion update, Veterans Middle School HVAC system update. Mr. Oliver.
Everybody, tonight I'm going to update you on what has been done so far at Warwick Vets. All rooftop units have had all their physical parts and pieces that had to be replaced. They appear to be operating the way they're supposed to. Unfortunately, what's happened now is that we have to have all the background work done for data controlling and updating of all that equipment so that we can have more control over the systems. Apparently, I would like to thank Pauline Pinto for her help creating that document that she gave us tonight. I will be forwarding it to Delta Mechanical tomorrow, so they get a better grasp of what actually is happening inside the building. Obviously, I'll be coming to you later with a change order for more work that needs to be done. All the stuff that is on the change order is all data control stuff
I saw that.
that needs to be taken care of in order for us to have more control over the system.
So I saw the whole report that you sent us with all the needs, and there's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not sure that that's even going to take care of everything, because it seems like every time they do a layer, there's another layer that
Correct,
begins to
yes.
need correction. Is
right.
that right?
That's correct. We actually just found on ACCU 16, it seems to have compressor issues with that unit now also. They're hoping that it's not the compressors, but it very well may be.
It's been like a domino effect every time.
Yes, it is.
We've
Yep.
gone forward.
Yes,
So everything is being addressed,
correct.
and it's a matter of approving the needs, the payment for
Correct.
this, which
Right.
we're going to take care of our schools.
Right. If you
Absolutely.
wanted to discuss that portion
I
of the
think-
change order now, we could do
Can you
that
do
now
that
also.
now, Mr. Chair? It's further down on the agenda. Is that something we could do?
Anyone on the committee opposed to moving up item 28? Seeing none. Mr. Oliver.
So I'm requesting approval on a change order of $80,000 for the additional work that needs to be done for the units that are on the roof here at Warwick Vets. It will correct all the data issues that we're having, and hopefully that will correct a major part of what we have going on in the building and reduce what is left on the list to take care of.
Now,
Looking
once,
for a motion to approve.
So moved.
so moved.
Is there a second? Made by Mr. Testa, seconded by Ms. Hazelwood. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Ms. Hazelwood.
Once we approve this, it gets through, do we have a timeline of when they're going to be working in the building?
So I already have Delta Mechanical booked. I had to book them for February break.
Okay.
Because they have to have control.
great.
They have to have control of the whole entire building.
Okay.
And unfortunately, what happens is when they have control of the building, it will be going in and out of AC unit for the entire building so they can see actually what's going on with the
Okay.
entire system, with every system in the.
So with everyone out of the building, we should be able to
Right.
pinpoint a lot more.
Yeah,
of
so
what's
they will have
happening.
they need access to every single classroom in order to communicate with the thermostat and the rooftop unit.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Mr. Testa.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Oliver, thank you. Yeah, I did see where Delta said they need access to the school when it's closed. But my question is, the 4 or 5 items you put, it all talks about these controllers not licensed for BACnet communications or not compatible with BACnet communications. So were these controllers ever replaced? Or what does this mean? So is this,
So what happens is we had controllers replaced, we had compressors replaced, we went as far as to even have the compressor oil analyzed to make sure there wasn't an inferior oil that they were putting into the compressors. All that came back fine. At the end of the day, we've been changing parts and pieces on the rooftop, but they've been finding that it failed.
okay. So, and one side question, on the ACCU 16, was that a compressor we had already replaced recently?
I believe we have replaced that unit twice so far.
Yeah, so something's,
Right.
okay.
Yep.
And so I think, and we had a conversation about this before, I think this is probably a byproduct of historically we've had different companies come and work on the system, right? We never had one company?
Well, we had one company that did work on it, change compressors for us. It was always one vendor that we dealt with. With the magnitude of the job that we had to get done, we brought Delta on because they were familiar with the system, and hopefully they could dedicate more manpower to it. Than
Yeah, and then I think it makes sense for us as a district to contract with a Delta or whomever.
Correct.
They're our primary, so all the work is traceable to the same company. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tester. Anything else? Mr. Oliver, my only question for you is, based on the list that you've kind of compiled of the needs for this facility, you know, have you begun to even consider an estimate on what we could be looking at?
For total replacement?
All the repairs that we're going to need to make. And I only asked that question for you, and I guess to promulgate conversation around this year. The other day it was mentioned in the finance subcommittee meeting that we've already expensed $119,000 this year on HVAC matters, and we've got to do it. That's fine. We budgeted this fiscal year $120,000. So with the $80,000 item that we're about to vote on, that's going to put us $79,000 over on this fiscal year, and we've still got work to go as it appears. So
Correct.
just, you know, it looks like we're going to start to have to plan for this a little bit. Would you say is a correct statement into FY25?
Correct. We'll have to budget and make sure we have a pool of money set aside to make sure that we're covering ourselves moving forward.
Great. Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Discussion update, bond project status. Mr. Gothberg.
Good evening, everyone. We'll start off with the bond projects, Oakland Beach, demolition of that project. The demolition is continuing. Abatement is going to start next week. We have found additional asbestos in the building, hidden in under things, behind things. Things were not observable until we started the demolition, but we'll be handling that on an emergency basis, and all that starts next week. Electrical, HVAC rough-in is well underway and on schedule. The VRF, the units, the cassettes that are in the classrooms and in the individual spaces for AC and heat, the delivery starts next week, and installation begin immediately with those. Rooftop and the DOAS units, which are the dedicated outdoor air systems for the fresh air that is tempered. Those deliveries are on schedule. Switchgear delivery is confirmed for mid-June, which fits the schedule. Windows will be delivered in June and will be installed before the start of school. We're working with Rhode Island Energy to ensure a new transformer is delivered and installed on time for July. Warwick Neck elevator, submittals are underway. Elevator is ordered, and as part of that project, there's site work, and we're going to start some of that early in April to help facilitate the schedule on that project. Greenwood HVAC project, Rhode Island Energy has installed new poles on Greenwood Avenue and one on the school property for the new electrical service. Submittals are near completion. Some layout work will be done next week over February vacation in preparation for work to be done during April vacation, again to get ahead of the schedule. And the HVAC equipment delivery is on schedule, as is the switchgear, which is always a problem. So we've addressed all those issues. Holloman renovation is out to bid right now. Bids are due March 1st. Playground projects will be restarting as soon as weather permits, hopefully late March, early April. Would you like me to move right to high schools, or do you have questions on that?
Any discussion? Ms. Gorbachev.
The playground, does that include Welk?
What's that?
The playgrounds, you said, does that include Welk?
That includes Welk, that's correct.
All set. Anything else? Seeing none? Yes, please continue on with the high school project update.
Okay, high school schematic design will be ready for estimates right now March 4th, which will give us a real benchmark for where we are with design. Additional site exploration is going to happen over February vacation at Tollgate due to the location move. because we had to move that building forward to make sure it was close enough to career and tech, as I discussed before. The OPM firm is going to be brought next to the school committee this evening for approval, hopefully. And once the OPM firm is on board, we will go out to proposals for a design-build contractor as soon as possible to assist with refining the design and constructability to ensure that the design will stay within our budget constraints. This will allow the project to meet the June 30th, 2024 deadline for retaining our reimbursement bonuses for RIDE. Have any questions?
Any discussion?
Just glad we're going in this direction. Real happy about it.
Absolutely. Next item, discussion action, high school project OPM approval. Mr. Testa and Mr. Gothberg.
Okay, the RFP for the high school project OPM was advertised in December 2023. A pre-proposal conference was held on January 3rd for proposers' questions. Proposals were scored by committee members, 2 members at a time, so as not to have a quorum in the room. On January 24th, a special building committee meeting was held on January 30th to interview the top 3 ranked proposers by a vote of 7-1. The committee voted to hold a fee negotiation meeting with the left field project management team. At the February 1st, 2024 meeting, an interview and fee negotiation was held with left field project management, and by a vote of 8-0, the building committee voted to move forward with the recommendation of awarding bid 24-0005 to left field project management to the school committee based on the revised negotiated cost of $5,600,000. We request action on this proposal.
Mr. Testa.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gothberg. And I would also say that during the scoring process, left field was the highest score significantly. In the interview process, they had the best score in the interview process. They weren't the lowest bidder and they weren't the highest bidder, but the references were stellar, and they were the best choice. I'm extremely happy and confident that with them on board.
We have with us tonight Chris Spiegel, who's a project executive.
If the chair, with permission of the chair, if Mrs. Spiegel can just come and give a quick synopsis of, just tell us about left field very quickly, Mr. Spiegel, and projects you've worked on and you're working on, just for the public's edification.
Mr. Chair, Superintendent, members of the committee, my name is Christopher Spiegel. I'm a project executive with Left Field Project Management. Before I go into left field, I'd like to tell you just a little bit about myself. I am a parent of 2 children in Rhode Island's public school system. I'm also an active member of the Special Education Advisory Committee in my town, and I was also really happy to hear about the career and tech success that you guys are having here in Warwick. I serve on the board of a national nonprofit that goes into high schools and connects kids that want to get into the architecture, engineering, construction agency with opportunities and mentorships and scholarships. I have been with Left Field a little over a year. Prior to that, I was with another OPM firm that does a lot of work in Rhode Island. I have personally completed about $550 million worth of projects in Rhode Island, and have worked on planning documents in over 12 communities on over $1 billion worth of reimbursed funding with the state of Rhode Island. Left Field is a small independent business. We are a sole proprietorship. There's 37 project managers. We have a team of 5 down here in Rhode Island, and every single one of them is assigned to this project. Some of the differentiators that we have here at Left Field is, I think especially important right now, is we assign every single project a mechanical, electrical, and plumbing expert. These are, the staff basically goes into your buildings as soon as they're complete and makes sure that your HVAC, all of your other systems like that, are functioning as was spec'd and designed. Our team members help design the specifications with your facilities directors to make sure that the systems are operating, they're easy to use for end users. We're incredibly excited to work on this project. Left Field are high school specialists. We have completed some of the most mission-specific demanding high schools in New England, including BMC Durfee, Revere High School at $500 million. We're currently working on South Kingstown's high school We're currently working in North Providence as well, and just across the border in West Warwick, we're helping them with their stage 1 and 2. We have a great staff. We have a great team. John is with me right here. John, do you want to introduce yourself quickly, or no? I don't blame him. And other than that, we're incredibly excited to get started. We have personal experience working with both Sacosio and Associates and SOM, so we feel like we can hit the ground running. And then with this committee's approval tonight, we'll do just that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And can I just add one more thing, Mr. Chair? I would also say that the owner's project manager, they own the project. They work for us, they own the project. They'll do digital communications to the community. They'll engage the community. They run the project. They're professionals at it. They've got staff that are well-trained in all sorts of communications and engineering, obviously better than we ever could be. It's going to be exciting, and I've seen some of the work that they've done, and they make it exciting. So, thank you.
Looking for a motion to approve.
Motion to move approval.
Second,
Any other discussion?
I got to see them
Ms. Hazel.
present. They were wonderful. I would have picked you too. Great job, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Hazelwood. Anyone else? I would just add, I want to commend Mr. Testa, Mr. Gothberg, and all the members of the building committee. I did see that it was a pretty extensive process, going through 7 or 8 vendors, and then, in speaking with Ms. Danbrook back when we were having that water issue in mid-January, hearing about the packets that you all had to read for each one of these individuals. So I know it was an extensive process. You guys worked very hard, and I'd like to congratulate you guys on getting to this next checkpoint. So,
The biggest step.
nice job. Great work. With that said, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Item number 9, discussion action, building committee, city appointments. Mr. Testa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As per Rhode Island state law, building committees need to have city representatives on. Previous city representative was Bill Facenti. He was the, I forgot what he did for the city, community grant manager for the city, but he retired from the city after 30 years or 32 years. So we had to replace him, so we reached out to the mayor and asked for 2 submissions, and he's put forward Tom Kravitz, the city planner, and as his alternate, Dean Pimental, who's the assistant planner. So we're just looking for your approval to appoint these 2 members to the building committee.
Before we make a motion to approve, just want to double check.
Move approval.
1 second.
Yep.
Just want to double check, under the advisement of our attorney, does anyone at this table have any issues with us voting to approve both individuals at the same time? Seeing no objections, okay.
Cool.
Ms. Backus, moved approval,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Testa. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item 10 was already covered earlier. Item 11, professional non-renewals. Ms. Ruggieri.
Good evening. We request your decision on the superintendent's recommendation for the professional non-renewals.
I make a motion to accept the commissioners, accept the superintendent's recommendations for non-renewals.
Second. Any discussion? Oh, excuse me. We've got to split that.
We're splitting, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I would make a motion that we accept the superintendent's recommendation for non-renewals based on the 4 uncontested people.
Second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, I make a motion that we accept the superintendent's recommendation for non-renewal for the 1 contested non-renewal.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Number 12. The table.
Item number 12 will be tabled.
Item number 13, discussion action, WTU grievance kiln at Windman. Ms. Ruggieri.
Again, we ask you for your favorable upholding of the superintendent's recommendation to deny the grievance.
I make a motion to deny the grievance, and then, yes, we're making that one first, right? Motion to deny the grievance.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
I make a motion to uphold the superintendent's recommendation that we suspend the use of kilns throughout the district pending a review from the state fire marshal and any appropriate rating agency, just to make sure and review all of our kilns to make sure that they are up to code, and take that information and then develop an action plan to properly install them based on their recommendations.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, but Mr. Chair, I would just say,
Yes.
this is the prudent thing to do. We have kilns in our buildings where we're unsure if they conform with fire codes. Personally, liability scares me, and I think we need to have these things reviewed. We need to make sure that if we're going to provide this, we do it in the proper manner, in accordance with all codes and regulations. And there's a lot of work to do to make sure that we do have the space and everything else. So it's the prudent step to take. Thank you.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next item up for discussion action, WISE negotiations tentative agreement. I will be making a motion at this time to approve the tentative agreement with the WISE union.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote. Ms. Backus.
Aye.
Ms. Hazelwood.
Aye.
Ms. Kirby Chapman.
Aye.
Mr. Testa.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes 5-0. Congratulations to the WISE union. Next item, discussion action, WTU negotiations, tentative agreement. Ms. Backus.
Thank you. I'd like to thank everyone who was involved in the negotiations, especially former Justice Frank Flaherty. You know. And it was a difficult process, but we prevailed in the end. And at this time, I would like to make a motion to approve the final tentative agreement with the Warwick Teachers Union.
Second.
Any discussion?
Discussion before or after?
Discussion, you have something.
Well, I just asking.
It's moved and seconded, so now we can discuss it.
Any discussion?
So I guess I would just have comment with mine.
Say it again?
I would just be commenting. I'm voting mine.
Yeah, there would be discussion now.
Right now?
Yeah, that's what you would do.
Okay.
Ms. Kirby.
I guess I want to talk about the process. First of all, this is my first negotiation. Ms. Darlene Echo represented you all well. So that was great. Teachers are the core, the heart of all this. You are worth everything. I have a daughter that wants to become a teacher because of the women that she's been under. I think you deserve every penny. For the special education part, I'm really glad that you all came to agreement that's going to benefit the kids. I think that was really important, and thank you so much for doing the work that you did. And it seems like you guys did great, and I'm so thankful that you came to that. But I am one of 5 as well, and I want to talk on behalf as being a parent. Was introduced that open houses be put in the contract, and that teachers are under contract, they would go to their open houses. It was really important for the community. And as my little one told me to say, Mommy, kids really want to see their parents meet their teachers.
Excuse me, if we're going to speak to particulars.
Oh.
If we're going to speak to particulars, I'd just rather wait until we know whether the contract's approved
Well,
or
that's
not.
why I said, should I hold?
I didn't know where you were going, I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you want me to start my vote then? So I start?
At this time, we'll take a roll call vote. You ready? Ms. Backus.
Aye.
Ms. Hazelwood.
Aye.
Ms. Kirby Chapman.
Because I'm voting as a parent, I am saying no.
Mr. Testa.
Aye.
Mr. Galligan, aye. Motion passes 4-1. Ms. Kirby Chapman, if you want to continue on your comment.
I mean, that was it. I just wanted to say, like, I'm really glad that we came to an agreement that, you know, both sides are going to be happy with. I think, again, it's not disrespect. I think teachers are amazing. They deserve everything. But there is that one little thing that, you know, is important to the parents and the community as well. And I just want to stand behind that. Since I'm one of 5, I felt comfortable enough to do so.
Thank you. Next item up for discussion is item 16, discussion action, development of a temporary subcommittee on physical education. I put this in. I'm really looking for a new subcommittee to be created. It would be a temporary subcommittee in accordance with our policies. Essentially, we would be creating a committee to evaluate increasing physical education at the elementary and secondary levels. That subcommittee would involve certified, qualified, and competent physical educators, as well as WTU representation, a school committee member, Assistant Superintendent McCaffrey, and an individual from the community. So I respectfully ask for that vote.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, I do. I moved it, and I'll vote for it, but I just want to go on record just with some of my potential concerns. Mr. McCaffrey isn't here, but I had a long conversation with him, and at the secondary level at least, I know we're not meeting the 100 minutes at the elementary, but at the secondary level, we are meeting what the state requires us to provide. So I think the issue may be not necessarily in what we're providing, or how we're providing it, but what we're providing. So if we want to, and I've said this before in December that I was indifferent to this, but as I thought about it, I'm no longer indifferent. I have an opinion. So if the intent, I'm going to state for the basis of my argument that we're not going to extend the school day. Extending the school day is contractual, expensive, and everything else. So my assumption is we're going to try to work within the existing school day and the existing hours. So we, as a district, okay, and here's my issue. If we're going to try to take the finite school day and try to carve out more time for physical activity, something's got to give. And my concern is what has to give, because I remember when my kids were in high school and they were college track kids in band and chorus, they were constrained and they didn't take phys ed the whole time. So my concern is if we're trying to make this mandatory, and if we're going to try to carve out time for more physical activity, I just would remind everyone that as a district, okay, we're at 32% proficiency as a district in ELA and 27% in math. So every year when those ratings come out, if we're successfully finding a way to give more physical activity, but we're not providing more academic activity, that's my concern. And I say that only because I think today for students and kids of that age, there's a lot more opportunity to engage in physical activity outside of the school, whereas engaging in academic activities are much less. So I just don't want to see us, you know, it would be nice if you found a way to do this and we offer more physical activity, but a year from now, our ELA scores and math scores haven't budged. You know, people are going to say, here's your results, But we can't say, well, we have more physical activity. That's my only concern. I just don't want to sacrifice the educational for the physical. That's it. But other than that, I would support this formation of the committee. One thing I would ask, I know you have a member from the administration appointed by the superintendent.
Correct.
So I think one of them should be well, it's up to the superintendent. I think the curriculum director should be part of this. And I just don't know, Mr. Chair, if you might want to put a special ed person on that too, because I think that could impact special ed too.
Yep.
So, but I'll leave that up to this policy subcommittee.
Thank you. Certainly not opposed to any of that. I hear your concerns. I want to clarify that this committee is an advisory committee only. It is a temporary committee, so they're going to have a very shortened period of time with a very narrow focus, as opposed to putting this into one of the other subcommittees and saying, here, evaluate this for 3, 4, 5 years. So essentially, the objective, as noted in the memo, would be to have them come back to us in July and say, okay, we've evaluated it. For this school district to increase phys ed at these levels, here's all the things we need to do from a contractual language standpoint. Here's what we need to do with the scheduling. Here's how many people you need to add who are physical educators, and so on and so forth. Here's what it's going to cost fiscally. Because I don't discount your comments at all about education and instruction being extremely important. But let me tell you something. If a child has early onset of diabetes because of limited physical activity and poor nutrition, what good is that education, right? If it's not managed, if they're not getting the medication, if they're not able to, go about things in life. And I know you brought up there's those avenues outside of schools for children to get involved and get active, and I agree with you as well. However, as somebody who's involved with the local Little League, it's not what it used to be. It's not where every child in the neighborhoods would sign up. And I think a lot of that has to do with fiscal constraint. And although these rec programs, they offer programs, you take Little League Baseball through T-Mobile assistance. Although these rec programs offer financial assistance, some families have that pride piece. Tough for the father that's going out there every day working his butt off to then go look for a handout at the Little League. So, in Rhode Island, 35% of Rhode Island children ages 17 and over are now overweight or obese, compared to 31% in 2019. So we're seeing that trend go up, and 25% of Rhode Island children ages 2 and 4 are overweight or obese. 33% of the children between ages 5 to 17. So I think that our schools are a lot more than just schools. I think our schools are opportunities for the children to maybe get 2 meals a day, for the children to get the physical activity that they might not have, that structured physical activity that they might not otherwise get outside of the schools for whatever reason. So I hear your concerns, and I don't want you to think that this advisory committee has been formed and then they come back and that's it, we do it. I know there's going to be a lot of work. It's going to take a transition period. We're not going to be able to just flip that switch come September 1st of the upcoming school year. So I hear your concerns, and they're all very valid. Any other comments? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Discussion action, request for 1 early childhood special educator, 1 full-time teacher assistant, and 1 full-time teacher assistant float. Ms. Barber.
Good evening. Due to an increase in newly identified students requiring special education services at Wilk, we're requesting approval for 1 early childhood special educator and 2 teacher assistants. These additions would enable us to open a new integrated classroom. This is a non-budgeted expense. Thank you for your consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
Looking for a motion to approve.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
Discussion.
Ms. Hazelwood.
I did ask you some questions, and I'm very satisfied with all the answers and the explanation, so I'm in favor of passing this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Next item, discussion action, student representation / participation on school committee. Mr. Testa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is something that I've been thinking about for a few years. And I think that we just talked about a policy, was it JFB with Dr. Cecil, about student participation. I talked to other school committee members in other districts, and they actually have student participation or representation on their school committees, and I think it's a fantastic idea. So what I'm requesting this action tonight would just be for the policy subcommittee to begin to look at a way to involve students either directly on the school committee or representatives to the school committee. I provided policies from Woonsocket, Smithfield, Narragansett, North Kingstown, and Bristol Warren. Bristol Warren's didn't pass. But I think Woonsocket and Narragansett have excellent policies. There's a vetting process. There's pretty rigorous to have a student representation. Obviously, they can't vote. That would violate the charter. But I think students are looking for ways to be engaged in decisions that impact them. So having them engaging in conversations, I think is good. The state of Massachusetts requires this of their school committees, and the state of New Hampshire now does as well. I think we'll have clearly defined roles and responsibilities of the students. And there's no need to rush this. This could be developed over a year. But I just think it would be a good thing for us to have some sort of student representation. So that's all. And I'm just asking the policy subcommittee to take this up at some point, and no timetable.
Motion that we send it to the subcommittee on policy, so it's formalized?
Yeah, so I would make a motion to, hold on, I'm going to word this print. Motion to send to the policy subcommittee to study the student representation and/or participation on school committee.
I second that. Any discussion?
I think that's such a good idea.
Cool. Me too.
Yeah.
So,
Any other discussion?
nope.
No, I'm in agreement with Mr. Testa. We've been talking about this for some time.
Thank you, Ms. Backus. I also agree with Mr. Testa. So with that said, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
For the record, did you vote yes? So it's 4 in favor. Ms. Hazelwood had to step out for a minute.
Mr. Tedeschi, 4-0. Not against it, absent.
She had to step out for a moment. You're welcome.
Next item is listed for Mr. Ricks, but he is not present. So Mr. Taylor, Dr. Taylor is taking this. Discussion action, contract award, 3T Enterprises, Inc.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the school committee. Subbing in for Athletic Director Mr. Ricks. He's looking for a favorable action on the budgeted expense of football uniforms at Pilgrim High School. Obviously, the push for next year is to get them in time for football season. And by doing so, he's worked out a 20% discount if ordered by February 20th. So I'd ask for favorable approval.
Looking for a motion to approve?
Move approval.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Ms. Hazelwood.
With the permission of the committee, the next 1, 2, 3 items, items 20, 21, 22, are all categorically funded with Mr. Kane. Is anyone opposed to those 3 being taken as one vote?
No.
See none. Mr. Kane?
That read? Would you still like them read?
Yeah, if you could just for, at least for the public, they know what they are.
Okay. Career Center is looking for approval of Rec 18337 to purchase the X-Tool P2 55W CO2 laser cutter, all in one bundle for $6,005. It's for the graphic design program. It's being purchased through Amazon Capital Services as it's readily available through this company over others. Additionally, other vendors do not accept POs as a form of payment. This purchase is fully funded through categorical. Career Center is also looking for approval of Rec 18383 to purchase the Quality Rotator 2 post lift and installation, the cost of $9,762.83 for the automotive program. We're looking to purchase this through Sullivan Tire due to its existing relationship with the Career Center, as well as its lower cost when considering installation. This purchase is fully funded through categorical funding. Career Center is also looking for approval of Rec 18419 to purchase 2 Lincoln multi-process welders at the cost of $35,190.86 for the Marine Trades Program. We're looking to purchase this through Airgas, as they are already purchasing contract with the Career Center, as well as the lower cost considering installation. Also fully funded through categorical as well as Perkins.
Looking for a motion to adopt. A motion to approve.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Career Center is also looking for approval for a change order request on PO 24000-695, currently at $4,990, to increase to $20,490 for the culinary program. This is to purchase more consumable supplies. This is also fully funded through Perkins.
Before you continue on there, Mr. Kane, does anyone have any issues on this committee if we also take items 24, 25, 26 in addition to 23?
Nope.
Seeing none? Go ahead on.
Okay, Career Center is looking for approval of a change order request on PO 24000-384, currently at $4,000, to increase to $6,500 for the electricity program. We're looking to increase this purchase for more consumable supplies for projects, fully funded once again through categorical and Perkins grants. Also looking for approval for a change order request on PO 24000-508, currently at $4,950, to increase to $17,800 for the electricity program. Looking for this increase to purchase electrical wiring, which costs an average of $219 per 100 feet. This purchase is fully funded through Perkins grant funding. And lastly, approval for a change order request on 24000-223, currently at $4,000, to increase to $7,000 for the culinary program. We're looking for this increase to purchase consumable supplies for upcoming events and menus, fully funded through instructional supplies.
Move approval.
There's a second? Moved by Ms. Backus, seconded by Ms. Hazelwood. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Mr. Cage. Next item, discussion action, contract award, Clifton Larson Allen LLP. Mr. Bowl.
Good evening again. Just looking for school committee approval for requisition 18539 in the amount of $32,550. This is for the school department's annual audit fees for the financial statement audit from our audit firm.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
I have one question. Mr. Bowl, is this the same auditor that the city uses?
It is.
Right,
It is. This is our portion of the audit.
It's our, yeah, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Item 28 has already been handled. Item 29, Mr. Oliver, single source emergency service at Cedar Hill. Discussion action.
Good evening. Requesting your approval on this contract. This was for this past summer. We had an issue with the humidity in the building. We had to bring single source in to dry the atmosphere in the building and use air movers, so we didn't have any issues at the building.
Looking for a motion to approve.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Tess.
Mr. Albert, so it was like a humidity bloom in the building or something?
Yes, humidity in the building.
So did we,
correct.
was there a cause that we?
It was just the way the building was designed. We
Okay.
kept the windows open, trying to ventilate the building, and it's just
Okay.
try to avoid another situation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments? Ms. Beggs.
Do we have a plan to eradicate this, or to put something in place with dehumidifiers or something
So
like that?
I've purchased our own dehumidifiers and air movers at this point, and so we have them on site now, so if we need to use them, we won't have to use single source moving
Thank
forward.
you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments? Any other comments? Seeing none. All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Item 30, discussion action, contract award, Apple Inc., Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before you, we have a requisition for a grant funded through the Champlain Grant Foundation, some Apple computers for Studio 107, devices that they need to continue to do their work in that program. We'd ask for favorable approval.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
I love Studio 107.
Us too.
Any other discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
I'm losing you guys up here.
Aye.
Item 31, discussion action, contract award, Center for Leadership and Educational Equity, Mr. Heatherton.
Good evening. We are requesting approval for contracted services from the Center of Leadership and Equity, otherwise known as CLE, for the facilitation of leadership professional development services. This is grant funded, and it's been approved by RIDE.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Item 32, discussion action, contract award, Ann Elise Record. Mr. Heatherton.
So I'm requesting approval for elementary math professional development services for this academic year provided by Annalise Record. This will include 9 in-person days and 8 virtual 1-hour after-school book study sessions. This is grant funded by the Rhode Island Foundation.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? This is exciting. Certainly an area where we need the assistance, so thank you very much to getting this to this district. So, any other discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Discussion action, contract award, East Providence School Department. Mr. Heatherton.
So we're requesting approval of payment for shared costs for transportation services with the East Providence School Department. This is required under the McKinney-Vento Act, and it is grant funded.
Move approval.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion?
This is going to save us money.
Any other discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. We love saving money. Item 35, discussion action, contract award, Barton Gilman. Ms. Barber.
There's one more.
34, Boys and Girls Club.
How could I do that? Item 34, discussion action, contract award, Boys and Girls Club of Warwick. Mr. Heatherton.
So we are requesting approval to pay the Boys and Girls Club of Warwick personnel costs for the after-school learning program. This is the Extreme Learning Program and part of the CBO Extended Day after-school program at Oakland Beach, and this is a grant-funded expense.
Move approval. Keep those
Second.
grants coming.
Yeah.
Seconded. I just have a question. So,
Mr. Test.
thank you. The funding, is this part of the Governor's Learn 365 deal? No,
It's
this is
separate.
different.
Yeah, it's another grant we got.
It's, okay, so this is a grant we just continually apply for? It's not like the Governor's that it's going to go away and then we're going to be...
This
figuring
is 1 year only. This will end at the end of this school year.
out- Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Aye. Now, Ms. Barber. Discussion action, contract award, Barton Gilman.
Okay, sorry. This requisition is for the payment of legal fees involving a parental complaint. Confidential information has been omitted. This is a budgeted expense and will be funded from the superintendent's legal services account.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Item 36, discussion action, contract award, Discovery Education, Inc., Dr. Schultz.
Good evening, everyone. This is a budgeted expense, and it's year 4 of a contract. We just have to pay the remaining balance. I'm just requesting your approval.
Looking for a motion to approve.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes. Mr. Chair. Dr. Schultz, so this is the last year of the 4-year.
Yes, and then
This
we're
was a
gonna,
grant by Ms. Amelot at the time, I think, right?
it's, no,
Right?
not a grant, just, it was just an outstanding invoice, basically, just to pay for the fourth. It's cheaper usually when we bundle like years
Yeah.
together and they make you pay every year. And so it was just,
So would we re-up this next year? And
Yes.
start all over? Okay, thank you.
no problem.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Motion passed.
Thank you.
Item 37, discussion action, contract award, Follett Content Solutions. Dr. Schultz.
Yes, thank you. This is a novel that, that will be purchased for grade 7 students. It supports our middle school reading program, and it is grant funded through the CLSD grant.
Move approval.
Thank you.
Second.
Second. It's a good book from what I understand.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Thank you.
Item 38, discussion action, contract award, Hand to Mind. Dr. Schultz.
All right. Now, this one is not a budgeted expense, but I don't want you to panic because I did have money to cover it. So there are funds available to pay for this. It was a little bit of a snafu where there was something that the contract ran out mid-year, has now been rectified, but we have to pay for the remainder of the year, and that's what you see the balance for. This is a wonderful program that our math teachers use across the grades, K to 8, and it has online manipulation of different pieces that you can move around just to show mathematical concepts in a really wonderful way. So I'm just requesting your approval on that.
Move approval.
Second. You beat me to it.
Any discussion?
No.
Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Thank you.
Next item, 39, discussion action, curriculum approval, MS Current Events Curricular. Dr. Schultz.
Yes, this is just, I'm just requesting your approval on the middle school current events curriculum. It is an interesting one where basically, you know, it depends on what's happening, but I think that the teachers banded together across the district. They did a really nice job of representing the different themes that they'd be talking about, like biases and all different things that the students will be exposed to within the class. And so I'm just requesting your approval on this document.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, Dr. Schultz.
Yes.
You just kind of said who was involved in this, but on the methods of instruction, it says the importance of discussion as a teaching method in current events should not be underestimated, especially student-initiated discussions. I couldn't agree with that more.
Yes.
That's how they think. That's how we get them to think, right? So, good, I'm very happy. I'm happy that everybody involved is happy with it, so thank you.
It's usually a very lively class, too, depending on what they're talking about. Students get really excited and involved in the conversations, and it fits right in with our student discourse initiative across the district, which then fits into the vision of a graduate. So thank you for noticing that.
Any other discussion? So I would just add, a couple weeks ago, Ms. Hazelwood and I went to Windman, took the day out of work, went there, went through the normal schedule of a school student, and it was pretty cool because I actually sat in a class where they played a 10-minute video and it was covering everything going on in the world, and they were talking about the supply chain issues going on in the Red Sea, and the kids then had to go through and see all the wording of it. And a couple hours later, I got out and went into my car and checked my phone, and work's blowing it up because the Red Sea was impacting our job. So it was pretty neat to sit there, and they kind of gave me a little education or an intro into what was going on. And so the moment I got to my car, I was able to hop right in. And then the kids really beat me down in Kahoot. Is it Kahoot?
Yeah, Kahoot, yes.
Kahoot. Yeah, it wasn't much help to my team. So I think this is really great. So thank you for putting this in.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Discussion action, calendar approval of amended 2024 school committee calendar. Ms. Tedeschi reached out to me and notified me that our September meeting was slated for September 10th, which is Election Day. So We're moving it just one day later. So just looking for the committee to approve the new amended calendar.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item 41, discussion action, calendar approval of Warwick Public Schools District Calendar 2024 to 2025. Superintendent Danbrook.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the school committee, I have two calendar options in front of you, option A and option B. The difference is option A gives students the day before Thanksgiving and teachers the day before Thanksgiving off, where option B does not. I just want to remind you that that RIDE does give school districts the opportunity to replace 3 instructional days with professional development days because we are continuing the science of reading training.
Okay, I'd be looking for a motion to approve the calendar for Warwick Public Schools 2024-2025. Then thereafter, we will have discussion, and then we will split option A and option B for vote.
Okay. Motion to approve the calendar.
Thank you, Ms. Backus, for understanding that convoluted motion I made.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Hazelwood. All right, opening it for discussion.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll most likely defer to whatever the committee wants. All I would ask, and I discussed this with the superintendent, is that going forward, we should let parents know that in the event of school cancellations, whether it's snow days, how many days we intend to use for traditional snow days where the kids just go out and play in the snow. So if the last day of school is the 19th, and we're going to say we're going to use up to 3 days, if anyone's planning a vacation, I wouldn't plan to leave on the 20th. So I would, just to be clear, because, distance learning, again, I've said it's learning, it should be a learning of last resort. And if there's a little time at the end of the school year, let the students have a traditional snow day. DL doesn't work. There, I said it, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Testa. Ms. Backus.
Ms. Netko, I'm looking at calendar B, or is it A? I don't know.
I think it's, they
Yeah,
wanted
I
to
think
get
it's
out.
A.
Before Thanksgiving is off on A.
That's it.
That's
The 3-day weekend is A. So Ms. Netko and some of her members discussed and asked about the possibility of moving the professional development day in February to March, which actually I think makes a lot of sense because we have a February vacation and a lot goes on in February. It's generally a shorter month, which it is. So I don't know if it's even possible, if something's already plugged in, but I'd ask the committee to consider that. If
Are you
it's if the superintendent doesn't have any issues with it.
Okay.
Do not have an issue with that. I just want to check with Dr. Schultz to make sure she does not have trainers booked for that day.
Can you repeat the date just so I can double check my records here?
There's not it's the February PD, I believe, Ms. Backus. is
Sure,
what
move
this
it
is.
from the 5th, and then we
move
said
to
to move it
March.
to March. And what was the date in March?
No date has been selected.
I didn't come up with a date.
I have a
Sure.
similar proposal. I'll go after Ms.
Yes.
Backus.
Okay. I don't think that's an issue at all. The only thing that I would say is that if we could keep it on the same day of the week, because I tried to be very intentional with avoiding Mondays and doing one Tuesday, one Wednesday, one Thursday, because that was an ask from our itinerant teachers who only get to see the kids once a week. They kept missing certain days, like Mondays, for example.
The good news is that we have four Wednesdays in March.
And it can be team day too. So it doesn't matter. I would just say if we could swap a Wednesday for a Wednesday, let's go for it.
Thank you.
All set, Ms. Backus? Any other comments?
No.
So I have a similar thought as Ms. Backus. I like option B. Option A, I did have some residents reach out, and it gets us out later, and that's without factoring in snow days to begin, without any alterations to the PD days. We have an extended Christmas break in the upcoming school year, We will be out for 1 full week plus 2 days. So that's another reason why I don't think that we add in another day extending a holiday break. I'm going to suggest that we move the May professional day to March, specifically because we're already out on 5/1, and we're already out for Memorial Day in that month, and this would only be, that professional day on May 1st would only be 9 days after April vacation is concluded. So we would be constantly pulling the kids in and out of the schools. So my suggestion would be, rather than chopping up a week and having a Thursday there for the kids only to go back in on Friday, would be moving the professional day from May 1st to March 17th, a Monday. And it would be directly in the middle of the month.
Mr. Chair, the only comment I'd make on that is I think, and I could be wrong, but my gut tells me that most people like the day before Thanksgiving. And we've started to do that. Once you start to do it, it's hard not to do it. So I don't know how many people travel, so I don't know if it's possible to make another change to accommodate that as well. I don't know if we have to adopt a calendar tonight. Can we just give the make the superintendent come up with a couple of options?
So
yeah. All right, so can we we'll make a motion to table the calendars, just pending another way, maybe we can.
Can I venture in on there before you do that? I think that Dr. Schultz is trying to schedule the professional days on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, so
Yes.
that no kids miss, and the teachers don't miss those,
So
those
we caught up-
classes. So a Monday would not be a good day for a professional day.
Yeah, so we caught up earlier, and not to put her on the spot, but we were just spitballing ideas because I wanted to really wrap my head around this, and that's when I'd also, earlier in the day, found out about moving professional days to election days. So I'm not opposed to whatever day of the week she selects. It's just a suggestion.
I would be opposed to moving a professional day to election day, because our teachers and city employees and state employees have that day off purposely so that they vote and they're involved in the process, and that's all about democracy. And I think that's important, and I think that's important to teach the kids about that. So unless we're teaching democracy or civics, which everybody's not a social studies teacher, but I don't think that putting a professional day, while it may be convenient, it takes away the purpose of that day off.
So if we would, I would just table these calendars, and then I think we've kind of clarified what we're looking to do is try to incorporate the day before Thanksgiving, and then to make that up, we would have to maybe move a professional development day. So I think we should just table them and leave it to administration to come up with something that kind of incorporates everything that was mentioned here tonight and see what they come up with.
You've got a motion to
A
table?
motion to table.
I'll second that. Any discussion on the motion to table? No. Hearing none?
Wait, will we bring, and it'll come back next month?
Yes.
Okay, as long as it comes back next month.
Hearing none? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You can let
Motion to
everybody
table.
tell us what they want by then.
Next item on the agenda, public comment. Individual comments will be respectfully limited to 3 minutes per person, with public comments not to exceed 45 minutes. Though the content of comments will not be restricted, it is the hope of this committee that citizens, committee members, and the administration alike will be respectful of each other's right to speak, tolerant of different points of view, and mindful of everyone's time. This public comment period is for general comments or concerns. Speakers are asked to state their name for the record.
Michelle Landry, Tollgate High School. I have a couple comments to make. I only had one originally. It was about the homework policy. I'm a chemistry teacher. I don't give homework, because if I send a student home to balance 10 equations, who's going to help? They're going to Google it and cheat and come in with it done, and then I'm going to test them on it, and they won't know what they're doing. So there are some subjects that do not lend themselves to homework. I do a lot of cooperative grouping. We work and we discuss. We work out problems together as a class. Homework doesn't work in chemistry. So originally, that's where I was going to end. But as usual, someone made a comment that I'm not going to let go by. I would like to remind Ms. Kirby-Chapman that as she sits on that stage or in a negotiation room, she is a school committee member, and as such, should be concerned with the welfare of the entirety of the school department, not her child wishing to have her meet her teachers. I am disturbed that open house attendance would prompt you to vote down a whole contract. There is a myriad of reasons why a teacher may not be able to attend open house. I am also a parent, and I need to hire a babysitter to attend open house at night outside of my work day. Some of my colleagues have second jobs, they coach, they're taking courses to earn PLUs to maintain certifications, or they might just become ill and might not be able to make it. And because you are new here, I would like to give you the heads up that in years when central office members behave themselves, open house was never a problem.
Good evening. I'll be quick. I just want to, Mike Freitas, Warwick Health Equity Zone. I just want to put it out there, some good things that had happened with Mr. Sangiovanni's Urban Sociology and Community Service class. Those young men and women participated in the Warwick Health Equity Zone's coat drive. It lasted about a month and a half. And we did somewhat of a count, but we're well over 100 coats that have been donated. I want to thank Ms. Hazelwood for setting that connection up with Mr. Sangiovanni. And those, I just want to put him out there that, you know, he's doing a wonderful thing with those young men and women over there. Those young adults went out into their own neighborhoods, talked to local, you know, neighbors, friends, families, got coats donated, hats donated, blankets, on their own time, during their class, outside of their class, and really just putting it out there. And I like to say that, kindness reciprocates, and those young people going out there and doing that gives other people that hope to do something nice for somebody else as well. But we're well over 100 coats, and those coats will go to, Elizabeth Buffum Chase Center, which is a domestic violence shelter for women. They'll go to the homeless encampments. There are a number of encampments of folks living outside or in their cars. They'll go to House of Hope, the shelters that they have, and I'm in contact with some of the schools. If kids might need some school, some jackets or some scarves or gloves, stuff like that, they can contact us and we can get them to them. And I just wanted to put that out there that he, that class and himself, he did a wonderful job with that. So thanks.
Mr. Chair? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you. I thought she was finished. Okay. Sorry, Ms. Necco. Go ahead.
Hello, Darlene Echo. On the subject of calendars, I want to just piggyback on something Mr. Testa said about the end of the year. We do live in Rhode Island, and it has been known to snow. Recall one year, I believe it was in the 93, 94 range, we had a lot of snow, and we also had an asbestos issue. And all of the schools were closed, and some reopened, but some did not. Pilgrim remained closed for the rest of the year and had to go on double sessions with vets. Roads remained closed, a number of schools remained closed. And though because of all the timeout because of snow and asbestos, our last day of school, I think, was June 29th or June 30th. The kids didn't have to go those last 2 days. We teachers did. I was at Windman at the time, and I got to actually listen to a professional development about asbestos abatement, which was pretty hilarious. We all thought that was just, funny. But the larger point is when you are planning and looking at the calendar, if the school year ends late already and we have snow days, by law, we can't go beyond June 30th, so that would definitely be the last day. But, you know, and I don't want to tell people what to do, but I have told people this. How about not plan whatever you're going to do for the day after the last day of school that's on the calendar right now? How about allowing for things like snow or, you know, heaven forfend any more asbestos issues? And that's it.
Thank you.
Good evening, Jeremy Langell, a family at Warwick Neck. I also just briefly wanted to say, in terms of the homework policy, that we have decades of research now about the general ineffectiveness of homework, especially for elementary age students. So I was grateful that Mr. Testa and others have made comments about the homework policy. Certainly, I have one child that loves to do it, but if she doesn't want to do it, I'm not going to make her do it either, right? So that's not a battle I'm fighting at home in first grade. And she gets all the other things that she needs, right? Because we try and pay attention. But I do think it's worth looking at the research there. My other comment, too, is just to say that I noticed on the agenda today we didn't have the Rhode Island student survey. And I know that that was tabled last month, and the reasoning was that it would come back this month and there'd be a plan in place. So I wanted to just make sure that that was still on our radar. I had a fun conversation with Ms. Hazelwood on Friday. My family at some point made me get off the email because we were at dinner. But nonetheless, I just wanted to say, I think it's really important, whatever policy we come up with to make sure parents can opt out, that's fine, do that, right? That's just a process issue, right? There's process and there's content. So if the process issue is parents need 4 weeks to opt out, then do that, right? Amend whatever policy you need to amend, get it published, get the first read, whatever you have to do it. I mention that because I want to read to you what the Rhode Island Student Survey does, right? It's administered every other year and examines risk and prevalence of substance use, bullying, depression, suicide, and violence among Rhode Island youth in middle and high schools. The intention and purpose of the survey is to identify areas where there can be strengths that can be built upon and put additional resources to those areas that need improvement. So there are very practical, real-world implications here, right, for this survey, what it does, and how it helps us resource the most vulnerable youth, right, so that they can get what they need to get. So again, I'm just asking, right, that if there's a process issue, let's take care of the process issue, right? I trust that that is happening so that we can get to the work of the survey, which is making sure that we're protecting our most vulnerable youth in our community. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Tara Lavasser, parent of Warwick Schools. I wasn't going to say anything, but apparently I'm going to have to bring up the federal law once again. Again, Cranston Public Schools has it in their policy. I have delivered that policy to multiple of the school committee members. Whether or not you believe that they follow their policies, that's not up for discussion. The discussion is they cited the PPRA law in their policy for surveys such as this survey. Now, if you're a parent and you want your child to take this survey, that's absolutely up to you. But as a school committee member, you are to follow the federal PPRA law. Let me read you the policy that Cranston has, as well as Providence Schools, as well as West Warwick Schools, as well as North Kingston Schools. I didn't have a hard time finding these policies. You shouldn't either. PPRA affords parents certain rights regarding our conduct of surveys, collection and use of information for marketing purposes, and certain physical exams. These includes the right to consent before students are required to submit to a survey that concerns one or more of the following protected areas. Protected Information Survey, such as the RISS survey, if the survey is funded in whole or in part by a program of the U.S. Department of Education. 1, political affiliations or beliefs of the student or student's parents. 2, mental or psychological problems of the student or student's family. 3, sex behavior or attitudes. 4, illegal, antisocial, self-incriminating, or demeaning behavior. 5, critical appraisals of others whom respondents have close family relations. 6, legally recognized privileged relationships, such as with lawyers, doctors, or ministers. 7, religious practices, affiliations, or beliefs of the student or parents. 8, income other than as required by the law to determine program eligibility. Now, it then says in their policy, you can receive notice and opportunity to opt out if any of the other protected survey information, regardless of the funding,
30
any
seconds.
non-emergency, invasive physical exam. So you can only receive an opt-out if the 8 listed above is not on there. You must have parent consent if 8 of those I just read out loud are in that survey. That is what I am saying to you. So the policy that states 2 weeks to get an opt-out is against the PPRA law.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Freitas again. I'll put the other hat on now.
Excuse me, one second,
yeah,
Mr.
go ahead.
Freitas. Give us a second. We just changed our public speaking policy.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Freitas, unfortunately, individual comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. What I can do, though, is certainly reach out to you via email or phone. I can speak with you right after this ends if you'd like.
That's fine. Anybody who wants to talk about that survey or anything with that data, 401-473-4976. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for what you did with that coat drive. Any other individuals for public comment? Any other individuals for public comment? Seeing none. Future meetings. The Fiscal Subcommittee meeting will be meeting on March 11th, 2024 at 4 p.m. The Policy Subcommittee meeting will be March 5th, 2024 at 4:30 p.m. The Warwick School Building Committee meeting will be March 6th, 2024 at 7:30 a.m. The next monthly school committee meeting will be March 12th at 7 p.m. The next Warwick Special Education Advisory Committee meeting will be on February 28th, 2024 at 6 p.m. That's the event that's occurring here at Warwick Veterans. At this time, being no other business before this committee, I look for a motion to adjourn. Motion made by Mr. Testa. Yes, Ms. Hazelwood.
For what you said about what's happened with Mr. San Giovanni's class and all the community activity that they were a part of. But I'd also want to thank the superintendent, because when I reached out to her about this initiative, she jumped right on it and said it would be wonderful for us to take part. So I just want to thank her for that.
Okay, great. So we had a motion made by Mr. Testa, and the second was Ms. Backus. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone.